Yeah.
Oh, it was empty, yeah.
So, going to call to order the Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, February 6th, 2024. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Lopez, who is attending a conference.
And additions and corrections?
Chair, there are two requests for an emergency add-on to the agenda. One is from the CAO to ratify the local emergency proclamation. The second one is from County Council to add to closed session matters posing a threat to essential public services. To do the emergency add-on pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.5, the board needs to vote that an emergency exists and then vote pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B1 that the following items be added to the agenda. That would be item 37.1, to adopt a resolution to ratify the proclamation of local emergency issued by the county administrative officer on February 4th, 2024, and then to add an item to closed session, which is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957A. The board will confer with County Council regarding matters posing a threat to the security of public buildings, essential public services, or the public's right of access to public services or facilities.
Okay, thank you. We will then be going to closed session.
We would actually need
We have to two
vote.
motions, right?
We need motions on there, I'm sorry.
Motions that the emergency exists first, as stated by County Council. I think then we got to vote on that.
And-
Second?
Correct.
Okay,
I'll second the motion.
And then public.
first motion, motion made by Supervisor Leaho, second by Supervisor Adams. And is there any public comment on this matter? Seeing none, we will then have a vote. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. All right.
And then the second motion would be to add those items.
To add the 37.1, the resolution to ratify the proclamation of the declaration of emergency, and then add the closed session agenda item regarding the threat to security to public buildings, as better stated by County Council earlier.
That's perfect.
Okay. So, okay. Motion by Leaho, seconded by Askew. Any comment from the public? See no comment. Then we'll go to a vote. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
And then there was a request that you go ahead and ratify the emergency proclamation, item 37.1 now, because you've already just considered, or just voted that there's an emergency.
All right. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So
Second.
moved by Supervisor Leaho, second by Supervisor Askew. And any public comment? With that then, we will go to a vote, and those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Okay, now we'll call for closed session. This would be items 1A through 1D. Is there any public comment on the closed session items? I see none. And in that case, the board will recess for closed session and reconvene at 10:30. We have a quorum here, right? Yes, all the supervisors. I'd like to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. May I have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Lopez, who is attending a conference.
We'll have the announcement of Spanish interpretation services by Ana Rueda de Vidalas. I believe she's online.
Yes, good morning. Buenos días, soy Ana Rueda de Vidales. Yo voy a ser su intérprete este día. Si necesitan interpretación para algún comentario público, con gusto los asistiré.
Thank you. Have the Pledge of Allegiance. Would Supervisor Askew, would you like to leave us? Are there any additions or corrections?
There is one to item number 15 under scheduled matters for Monterey County Regional Fire District Board of Directors. A new addition, Exhibit A, Board Policy Redline version from January 23rd, 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting was attached to the item.
Okay, thank you. First item are ceremonial resolutions, of which we have 6 of them, I believe, altogether. One of them is to be presented. Are there any public comment on any of these items, these resolutions?
Move the resolutions.
Just, do we have any public comment on the resolutions online? There are none, okay. Move to approve the resolutions by Supervisor Alejo. Is there a second by Supervisor Adams? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. The motion passes. We'll just see. The one we have for presentation is for the Rotary Club of Monterey on its centennial anniversary. Supervisor Adams?
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be able to present the Rotary Club of Monterey with a really important resolution today. They were chartered on February 11th, 1924. That's 100 years ago. And this man isn't even near 100 years old, so he wasn't chair of the board at that time. At any rate, the Rotary Club of Monterey has done some excellent work throughout our whole community. I think Rotaries are also known for some wonderful concepts, and the Rotary Club of Monterey certainly is one that fulfills all of the concepts that Rotary embraces. So I'll just read a few whereases, and I'll turn it over to Dave Hober, who is the president of the board of Rotary of Monterey. The Rotary Club was chartered February 11th, 1924. It exemplified Rotary's 4-way test of truthfulness, fairness, building goodwill, and friendships that benefit all concerned. The Rotary of Monterey also provides more than $50,000 a year to local nonprofits focused on programs which serve youth or underserved and disabled adults. It also provides more than $25,000 a year to academic and vocational scholarships for students and outstanding educators. It also provides more than $25,000 to Rotary International to support providing funding for Rotary humanitarian projects throughout the world. The Rotary has a membership of more than 100 highly engaged Rotarians who are dedicated and focused on serving their local community, serving the world, engaging in fellowship, and robustly celebrating with each other. Whereas the Rotary Club of Monterey is dedicated to Rotary's 7 areas of focus: promoting peace, fighting disease, providing clean water, sanitation, and hygiene, saving mothers and children, supporting education, growing local economies, and protecting the environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of Monterey Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all of the residents thereof, joins the community in honoring the Rotary Club of Monterey on its 100th anniversary and praises it for its significant contributions to our county. Thank you so much. It's a real honor to hand this to you today. Let's see if we can take a picture.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I won't take a lot of your time. I know you have a lot of business to get done here, but I appreciate very much the Board of Supervisors and you especially recognizing this on this momentous occasion of 100 years, and we will continue to do it for at least another 100. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So we do have one more item to present, and that would be on number 4, recognizing Queen's Council National Black Girl Magic Day. That we're going to do a little bit later as the individual is not in the chambers yet. So at this point, we'll move on to appointments. We have 4 appointments. Is there any public comment for any of these appointments? Seeing none in the chambers or online?
Approval.
Motion by Supervisor Alejo, seconded by Askew. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. With that, we would go to the consent calendar, which is items 23 through 44. Are there any items to be polled or commented on, Supervisor Askew? Supervisor Adams, do you have any?
I don't have any tipple, thank you.
I have items 28 and 38 for a comment.
Question on item 42, please.
Do you want to go with 42?
Sure, yeah, happy to. So this is a standard agreement with the CROV Group for Laguna Seca recreational area to sanction and produce the Moto America Superbike Speed Fest. The agreement will generate revenue but have a corresponding cost to the county due to split of expense. And one of the things that the county is committing to do is to provide admission staff, security, parking volunteers, staffing for camping locations. In the past, the county has met these obligations through volunteer hours. And I just want to make sure that we're in a position to have capacity to fulfill our obligations without having to staff additional costs, which couldn't, from my reading of this, could eliminate the county opportunity for revenue from this event.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Ryan Bell. I'm the Admin Ops Manager and Monterey County Rep for Laguna Seca Recreation Area. I'd like to introduce Mr. John DeRigi, our President and General Manager of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, to answer your question. He may be in the waiting room.
Thank you.
Is he available? There he is.
Askew and Supervisors, can you hear me?
Yep, we've got you. Thank you.
Okay. The CRAVE event agreement is no different than any of the agreements regarding events that take place at Laguna Seca. You are correct in the way you read it. The CRAVE item is basically a 50% share. The admissions, we always handle our own admissions. That is either handled by the service clubs, which for going into 24, we have 23 lined up, all local service clubs, nonprofit, as well as the Laguna Seca Volunteer Association. There's no difference than in previous years. The staff of Laguna Seca obviously works these events, all of us, and we do not hire any additional staff to support what is the requirement of service clubs and the Volunteer Association during our ticketed events.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. That answers my question.
You're welcome.
Right. I had 2 items, and then we'll go out to public comment. One is item 28, which is an agreement for religious services, the Monterey County Jail, which I'm supportive of. I know this is to be a non-denominational faith-based services. I'll get that word out yet. But I don't see a plan in there for those who are really more religious minorities, whether it's Muslim or Jewish or Buddhist or Hindu. And I wonder if maybe the undersheriff, somebody might be online that could perhaps answer this a little bit.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Under Sheriff Keith Boyd here representing the Sheriff's Office. So the county, at the request of the Sheriff's Office, conducted an RFP utilizing the contracts purchasing unit of the county for religious services. And as I was looking at the document today, the actual RFP is terms is that the county put out is not attached to the actual document, but it is, and I'm just checking my notes here. Much of what you're discussing, Supervisor, is spec'd out in the actual scope noted in the RFP itself. RFP 912 is the number, but it outlines as a scope that provide the various variety of religious services, provide for our assortment of religious needs of our incarcerated population. It specs out establishing relationships with religious services providers for our faith-based communities' diverse nature, and bringing those into the institution either at the request of an incarcerated subject or as part of the plan. The actual RFP didn't spec out the specific terms that were required or asked the individual vendors to spec out exactly how they were going to do it. I will say that our current vendor has established relationship in our community with religious faith-based groups of the Islamic faith, the Jewish faith, Jehovah's Witness, Latter-day Saints, Adventist, Catholic, and Protestant organizations. So it also, the scope also outlines that the quarterly audits will be conducted of our services to make sure we're meeting the needs of our population, and that we're tracking what the individual provider is doing. This is a significant investment of the Sheriff's Office resources through the Inmate Welfare Fund to provide for our incarcerated population programs such as this, affording our incarcerated population access to its religious groups is important for their personal health, but also for providing an opportunity for their future growth and when they leave custody. So we followed the terms of the specific RFP in hindsight. It would have been nice that if that would have been in there, and if we go to RFP in the future, we'll make sure we include that. But what I can assure the board is we will be auditing the vendor to ensure that they are following the terms and scope that were noted in the actual RFP and that have been agreed to in the contract, to ensure that they're meeting the needs of all of our incarcerated population, not just one area. And I do have Deborah Wilson from Contracts Purchasing here as well, and I'm trying to check if Charles De Silva, my contracts, he's on Zoom, but he would need to be let in as a panelist, and he manages our program unit.
Okay, we don't see anybody online on Zoom at this point, but thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it, Under Sheriff. Perhaps at some point it would be helpful for the board to have a review of just the inmate welfare programs that we do have. Sometime, especially when this current one here that we're now discussing gets established. The other item that I had a comment on was 38, and that was on the noise ordinance. And I want to get clarification from HCD, Housing Community Development, that the report states 70 decibels day or night, but I believe it's 70 decibels day, 65 night. Is that correct?
Yes, Supervisor, that's correct. There is a separate threshold for nighttime noise, 65 decibels at night.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spencer. With that, I don't have any other comments, but want to go out to the public. Is there anybody in the public wants to comment on the consent calendar? We have one person in the chambers coming up. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, so good morning, Supervisors. I'm Eloise Shim, and I just also did want to reiterate about number 38, the the noise ordinance. And I think it's really great that we have an enhanced vehicle other than reporting to the police for people who are troubled by noise, because by noise issues, because everyone deserves to be protected from others, either wittingly or unwittingly, who rob their neighbors of peace and quiet and the quiet enjoyment of their homes. And I mean this in a reasonable way. I mean, they should not be making noise every weekend or every night. You know, the occasional celebration is fine, but the people who constantly do that and disrupt other people's peace and quiet of their homes, they need to have consequences, monetary consequences, so they'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shim. Anybody else in the chambers? Is there anybody online regarding the consent? This is for the consent calendar.
No public comment, but Craig Spencer has his hand up. I don't know if that's a legacy.
Craig, you
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify that at night, it is prohibited to make any loud or unreasonable sound in addition to that 65 decibel level. So I just wanted to clarify that particular point. There is a decibel level, but it's also loud and unreasonable sound can be enforced at night, not during the day.
Thank you very much for that. Being that there's no other public comment, we'll close that.
If I could just
Supervisor
call for a
Alejo.
separate vote on 38.
38?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
38 is the noise
The
ordinance.
noise ordinance.
So we will have,
I'll move all the items, consent items except 38.
okay, there's a motion to move all the other, second by Supervisor Adams. Let's have a vote on that then. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All the consent calendar except item 38 is passed. Do we have a motion to approve 38? Supervisor Askew moves to approve 38.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Adams. And we'll have a separate vote on this then. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-1 for number 38. And at this point, I think we'll move back to the resolution to present. Are we ready for that, Supervisor Askew? Okay, thank you. This is resolution, this is number 4.
All right, thank you. And I'm joined here by Lavisha Franklin, aka Queen Tay. And this is a resolution recognizing and adopting a resolution recognizing Queen's Council on National Black Girl Magic Day, which is February 15th, 2024. I'm going to let you hold this. I will reference a few of the whereases in our resolution, but I also wanted to read just a quick snippet from the Boston Globe, an article about what we mean by Black girl magic. And it's titled A Beautiful Resistance, Black Joy, Black Lives, as celebrated by cultural columnist Janae Osterheld. When I see a Black woman, I see a revolution. She's here, in a country determined to rest its back on her shoulders while calling her worthless. I see magic. I do not see a superhuman, I see an architect. I know she's doing a lot of groundwork to be present, to walk that walk with swagger and self-determination. I know she is becoming more and more herself, building the truth in a world that lies to us about who we are. To be both Black and woman is to wake up every day in your body where you are policed by your skin, by your gender, by your existence. We pay for it in pain. I see the extraordinary in our mere presence because even at our best, we are debased. Loving yourself is the protest. So having just highlighted those words, which I think to me describe what I know in the Black girl magic of Queen Tay, I will read a few of our whereases here. Whereas Black girls and women defy the odds, shatter glass ceilings, and excel in every field imaginable, from medicine and science to art and technology, all while navigating systemic racism and sexism. Whereas Black girls and women have been at the forefront of social justice movements throughout history, their voices ringing out for equality and liberation for all. And whereas Black girls and women are mothers, daughters, sisters, friends, and leaders building communities, nurturing families, and making a profound impact on the world around them. Celebrating Black Girl Magic is not just about recognizing the individual achievements, but also about dismantling the barriers that continue to stand in the way of Black girls and women reaching their full potential. Queen's Council was founded by Lavisha Franklin, and it is a group that cultivates and supports Black birthing experts here in Monterey County. Queen's Council is doing the work to celebrate and support and empower and advocate for equity in the Black birthing experience. It's my honor today to announce this resolution resolving that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all residents thereof, do hereby recognize Queen's Council and Lavisha Franklin on National Black Girl Magic Day. So we got you. And before I give the microphone over to Lavisha for a few comments, I also want to acknowledge, and for anyone who's looking for more information, the California Healthcare Foundation just came out with a resource, Listening to Black Californians. As part of its commitment to ending health inequities, the California Healthcare Foundation has partnered to conduct a qualitative and quantitative study that listens to Black Californians via in-depth interviews, focus groups, and statewide survey. So lots more information online for anyone who's interested in learning more. Alicia.
I'm so nervous.
I've never heard you say that with a microphone.
I'm just grateful for this acknowledgement, and I'm grateful to be in a community that has been so supportive of this work that we're doing. So I'm just thank you.
Good, thank you. Yeah. This woman usually owns a microphone. Here we go. We'll take a photo. Oh, we'll scoot over first. Okay, thank you. I'm usually not sure. Thank you, and thank you for the work you're doing. Keep it up. And thank you, my colleagues, for indulging the presentation.
Thank you.
It was the great work.
Any comments from the board? Yeah.
Thank you so much for bringing this forward. Wendy, as I was listening to the young woman speak, I just thought of so many friends that I have and what they go through and how much support and encouragement women can help other women with. So thank you very much for bringing it forward.
We'll then move on to general public comments. These are for items that are not on the agenda. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak? Seeing nobody in the chambers, do we have anybody and nobody online? One person online?
Phone number ending in 705.
705, okay. You have a...
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hear you.
Hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Supervisors, good morning. There is a blanket of deadly brain-destroying particulates over our cities. It's called magnetites from air car pollution. These magnetites have now been found to be a significant cause of Alzheimer's and dementia in children and adults. And I sent each of you a link to the studies months ago. The one great defense we have in cleaning up our particulates is trees, big old growth trees, because one 75 to 100-year-old tree absorbs 1 ton of carbon and pollutants a year. Eucalyptus trees are one of our greatest defenses in cleaning up these pollutants, as well as big oxygen producers. And yet your body of government has declared war on these magnificent giants, calling them invaders, non-natives, as though they were some sort of alien form of life, hell-bent on destroying all nature, if not eradicated. The Native Plant Society has joined forces with the chemical companies to spray all non-natives with toxic chemicals that are destroying bees, butterflies, and all manners of life, including our own. So I appeal to my fellow citizens and to you, supervisors, to change your direction regarding eucalyptus trees and all large trees. The evidence is proof of just how important these trees are. The lies perpetuated about them contradict a time when people were wiser and planted eucalyptus trees as fire and wind breaks. At Angel Island, the only trees that didn't burn were the eucalyptus when a catastrophic brush fire swept through the island. If you are honored with a eucalyptus tree in your backyard, please trim it, but don't cut it down. It's cleaning your air, it's providing you with oxygen, more so than other trees. It's taking molecules of water from the dry earth and transpiring it as cool, damp air, lowering temperatures during summer months with its shade and its safe harbor for bees, butterflies, birds, and ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moffitt. Are there any other comments? No other comments. We'll close public comment then and move on to item 15, which is to consider adopting a policy concerning future appointments to the Monterey County Regional Fire District Board of Directors.
Yes, we're bringing this item back to your board. We had it originally scheduled for the 23rd. We've made additional updates to the policy. Two of the items that are before your board are the red line versions from January 23rd, and then changes that were made, which were posted in February 6th. However, the changes from the 23rd and those that are and this updated version for the 6th are all being considered today, so they will be added as part of the record as well. Just a brief summary of those changes. We did clarify the purpose and background, and then we identified that the chief or his designee would alert the Board of Supervisors of upcoming or potential vacancies no later than 5 days from learning of such a vacancy. And the board clerk would then be notified and work with our office, the county administrative office, to post for applications for these open positions. The application package would actually include a resume and statement of interest along with the application itself. A committee would be convened consisting of the CAO, member of the board of directors, or the chief, and a director of emergency management. And in addition to that, interviews would be scheduled and recommendations would be provided to your board along with the different applications that were submitted. Existing positions would also, members that were approaching expiration of their terms would also be invited to submit an application for consideration. And again, the updates include these applications would be for individuals where a vacancy has occurred or there's an expiring appointment that is upcoming. And lastly, the goal is to have equitable representation for the supervisorial districts on the board of directors. The CAO would alert the board of supervisors which positions or which districts were already represented within the existing board of directors. So for your consideration today are these updates to the policy, and there are other policies that will update thereafter, but this one's specific to the Monterey County Regional Fire District Board of Directors. Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, just on the equitable representation, that just as a goal or is that a requirement? Because I guess I would assume like if there's an exceptional case where somebody's from the same district and qualified, I don't want to just choose somebody because they live in a different district, not represented, and they don't have the qualification. So as a goal, I get it, but I don't want to have that lock us in just because of they live in a particular district.
The goal would be to have that equitable representation, but your board would then make a decision based on the different applicants. One example, which we, at the last meeting on the 23rd, was a member that was actually from District 5, but represents District 4. So there is that level of discretion from your board.
Yeah, and it says it's with the goal, which
Yes.
I asked a question intentionally for the record,
Yes.
so when we look back, it's as a goal, not as a strict criteria. Thank you.
I just want to thank staff again for taking the time to create a process that is fair and equitable. Historically, we have a number of different commissions that are full board appointments, but have kind of fallen into a process that doesn't actually come before the full board for consideration. And so this, given the changes in the constituency that represents this fire district, I heard from residents saying, why don't we have the opportunity to apply for vacancies? And so that was what spurred this, the request for this policy to become, to put in place this policy. But having gone through this process, I think it's helpful and beneficial. And there are other districts where we make full board appointments, the airport district being one of them, that we only learned about through Supervisor Adams' email that went out advertising the vacancy, which then allowed us to share it once we realized that it was a full board vacancy. So I think it's important that the full board knows about full board vacancies and has the opportunity to solicit participation and engagement from all residents in our county. So I just want to say thank you. And to the fire district and our chief, Sargente, who has just stood by our side as we've gone through this process, I want to say thank you for your patience with us. Because this took a lot longer than I anticipated it taking. But our commitment and my commitment is to ensure that we get your vacancies filled in a timely manner, and that we continue to help you in advertising these vacancies to everyone in the community who might have an interest in participating in our local governments. So thank you. And with that, once you go out, I'll be happy to make the motion to approve.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I really appreciate this as well. I think process is absolutely critical in most of the things that we do, but particularly in the appointment arena. It's very important to have clear language and a clear process, and now we have that. I'm glad that any kind of vacancy or existing term, it was important to include that language in as well, will be noticed and publicized, a review committee to make a recommendation to the full board, and a statement that says that the board shall consider, and I go back to the language, shall consider an equitable representation of the board members. I thank Chief Sargenti and Captain Owang for their tireless efforts during the winter storm. Just as a by comment, I cannot tell you the numbers of texts and conversations that we had. They were simply amazing. And to know that we have them covering us, both on helping with things like policy, as well as things like ensuring that people's lives are not put in jeopardy because of flooding. We are very fortunate to have the kind of representation in our Monterey County Regional Fire District as we do. I say that with all, with the bottom of my heart. And I was going to make the motion, having 5 of the 7 fire stations, but I defer to District 4, and I will second the motion.
We still have to go to public comment.
Oh, okay, thank you. At the appropriate time.
Thank you. My question is really with the review committee recommendation is if there's multiple people that are applying, one will be selected or a couple could be selected. I want to make sure we're not going to be screening out people so that we won't be just one coming forth.
We'll be gathering information to confirm that they are, the relevant information is there in terms of what district they're coming from, the background that they have. And then all of the applications are actually coming to your board. And depending on how many are provided, then we could we'll create a sheet that actually provides you with the district they're from and the type of background that they have, et cetera.
Okay, so it's not a recommendation, it's more just a review.
It's a review, okay. Yes.
And I brought this up last time. I thought we make the process overly burdensome than we need to. So what's the purpose of the interview, right? The last appointment we made, he was very brief resumes that took us less than 2 minutes to read each. So I know you're very busy, the chief's busy, the board member appointed is going to be busy. What's the purpose then of the interview? Obviously, we encourage candidates when they're getting considered to be here, and we could hear from them directly, ask them questions, hear why they're interested. But I don't see what the purpose is of an interview is just by the 3 committee members.
What we could do is change the word interview to review, since we'll be able to gather additional information from the individuals that are applying. In some instances, it's simply reaching out to make sure that the information is accurate. For example, in one of the last ones, the individual listed 2 different addresses, and it was quite frankly the work address and the home address, because she had, in the transition, she had actually just moved. And so those are the types of things that we would be looking at. And with the group, again, it just depends on how many applicants we have, and providing that information to your board so that you have the background.
All right, thank you.
Is there any public comment on this matter? We have one person in the chamber. Yes, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, so good morning again. I'm Eloise Shim. So I just wanted to say about this process that I myself did apply for something a few weeks ago that was listed for a commission. And I think it's important that the people that do apply receive some kind of a receipt of application. I didn't. Because if they don't receive a receipt of application, they don't know if they've been skimmed over or what. So that's just sort of a clerical comment that I have and recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online? Nobody online on this matter, so bring it back here to the board, either for comments, motion. Supervisor Adams?
Sorry, I do have a question going to Ms. Shim's comment. Under whose auspices will this be taking place? The CAO's office or the regional fire?
It would be our office working with the board clerk.
Great.
And so in looking at the application process that we used for this last position, we could have the system auto-generate a response, but then, and as an additional follow-up, we can alert folks, because we will have to reach out and let them know when the item will be coming before the board.
I think that was an important comment, and I think it's important for us to be able to acknowledge that we've received their application.
Will do.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or motion from the board?
So I'll make a motion to approve the policy as it is presented, changing the word in paragraph 6 where it says conduct an interview with each applicant or nominee to the CAO's language to conduct a review of each applicant or nominee and provide a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Supervisors Askew. Supervisor Askew.
You got the second already.
I'm second. Sorry. Thank you.
Second by Supervisor Adams. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Very good.
you already made it.
With the one change about on paragraph 6 regarding changing interview to review. Is all in favor of this?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 4-0.
Just for a note, my redlined review, my redline copy does already indicate that the word is review.
Okay.
Well, okay, I see. Yep, sorry, I was looking at the wrong word. Thank you. Got it. Second to last sentence. Perfect. Thank you.
Move on to item 16, which is to receive a report and adopt a position on California Proposition 1 Behavioral Health Services Program and BOD measure.
Good morning, Chair Church and members of the board and staff of the board. I'm Katie Eckert. I'm your Behavioral Health Bureau Chief here in Monterey County. With me is Fabricio Chombo, who is our Finance Manager for our Bureau. And in our audience, we have our Assistant Bureau Chief, John Drake, as well, who has materially helped us analyze and really identify what we could expect from the passage of Prop 1. Next slide, please. So this started almost a year ago. On March 19th, 2023, Governor Newsom announced a proposal to transform the state's behavioral health care system. It was framed as modernizing the Mental Health Services Act. At this point, it has been placed on the March 2024 election ballot, and if approved by the voters, it will be phased in over multiple years starting in January 2025. The timeline looks like this. So on March 5, we will have the election. Voters will determine the fate of whether Prop 1 passes or not. If it did pass, then January 1 through June 30th of 2026, there will be an 18-month fiscal transition period. So there will be metrics that are developed. There will be new community planning processes that would be developed and implemented. They would include every funding source that behavioral health has, not just the Mental Health Services Act, but also include 91 realignment, 2011 realignment, any county general funds, or any other funds coming to the Bureau. And then we would have, this new integrated plan developed. And if we did not develop timely, we would be subject to corrective action plans or sanctions. By July 1 of 2026, we will be required to have full implementation. We would be transitioned to new funding categories within the Mental Health Services Act and a new 3-year integrated plan. We would have new data to track, and again, we do not know the impacts of what that data collection will be yet because the data elements have not yet been determined. And then all of the costs, all of the program metrics are going to be now captured via a new, again, still to be developed, County Behavioral Health Outcomes Accountability and Transparency Report. And then sometime in 2028, that first report would be due. So Prop 1 is made of a couple of different legislative proposals. The first piece is Assembly Bill 531 by Irwin. And this is almost a $6.4 billion general obligation bond on the March 24 ballot. This is state general obligation bond, so this piece would be state funded. And the intention is to build approximately 10,000 new beds, either for treatment or for permanent supported housing, for people who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness who have behavioral health conditions. A significant portion of the funds would be dedicated to veterans, again, those experiencing or at risk of homelessness who have these conditions. And there is a piece of it looking at expanding behavioral health services, the infrastructure side, really looking at having unlocked community behavioral health treatment in residential settings. Next slide, please. The intent of this bond also, besides having these new beds, the other aspects of Prop 1 is modernizing the Mental Health Services Act, which came from SB 326 by Eggman, and then improving statewide accountability, transparency, and access to behavioral health services. SB 326 Eggman, the piece that really has the most impact to our community, would do a few different things. The first one would be to expand to include substance use disorders as a standalone component. Currently, this is the Mental Health Services Act. It would be renamed to be the Behavioral Health Services Act, and be allowed to provide services now to people who do not have serious mental health conditions, but only a substance use condition. It should be noted that there's no additional funds here, but the population expansion is allowed. The other piece here is that the state allocation, so this is the amount that the state withholds off of the top before counties get our formula-driven allocations. We would have another 5% of our funding withheld at the state level. So the state would now be holding on to a total of 10% of the MHSA funds. and these funds would be redirected to a population-based prevention, workforce investment, and statewide oversight and monitoring. The funding that would actually flow through to us as a county would then, so that's 90% of the funding that has been collected, and then our county's formula allocation of that. We would then have to spend 30% on new housing interventions, 35% on full-service partnership programs, 35% on new behavioral health services and supports programs, and the current set of programs that we have right now: innovation, prevention and early intervention, capital facilities and technology, workforce education and training, and community services and supports would be eliminated as standalone components. So what does this really mean for us? So if we look at this, you can see the yellow circle where we're at on the left side, where the state withholds 5%, we get 95%. We'll look at the yellow circle towards the right side, and we would be moving towards the state withholding 10% and the county getting 90% of the funds. And then if you look at, the smaller circle, second from the left, you can see the current division of how we spend the money that does get passed through to us. So currently, we get 95% of the dollars. And then that 95% is split, giving us 76% to go to community services and supports, 5% towards innovation programs, and 19% of our funds for prevention and early intervention funds. Again, those categories are going to kind of disappear, and instead, the now 90% of funding that we will receive will be split 30% to housing, 35% to full-service partnership programs, and 35% to behavioral health services and supports. This is a look at what our revenues would be overall looking at the service side. So this doesn't show the new housing component. It shows what the impact to services would be for us. You can see right now we've got about $36 million that we would estimate as revenue for fiscal year 27. If Prop 1 does not pass, if Prop 1 does pass, then we would be looking at having about $24 million instead of that $36 million for services to our community. This does not take into account the federal leveraging that also goes along with our services. This is just straight off the top, about $12 million that would be allocated elsewhere from where we're currently spending it.
And is that per year or?
That would be that one specific year, and yes, that would be continued. Again, MHSA, or what would become Behavioral Health Services Act, is driven by an income tax on millionaires. So there is a wide range of what the revenues are per year, but that proportional change would remain. This shows our revenue history. And again, you can see that there's quite a bit of volatility with millionaires' taxes. And against, all predictions, millionaires did very, very well in fiscal year ending in, during the COVID years. And because there is like a 2-year kind of delay for truing up the taxes, people file taxes, the state does their calculations, funds get allocated back out, and a true-up is done. You can see that our fiscal year ending 24 has really an incredible amount of revenues that is quite an anomaly coming in. That is not expected to continue. That is called out as an anomaly. And you can see where we are forecasting revenues for our 24-25 fiscal year, our fiscal year 25-26, and then also the year ending in 27. Those last two columns there, again, show the difference of what we would have right now in 27 versus what we would have if Prop 1 passes. The green bar represents our community services and supports. The orange represents our prevention, and the dark blue is our innovation. The very far column to the right shows in purple what we would be required to spend on full service partnerships, and then the turquoise is the behavioral health services and supports. Next slide, please. This is where we have been at with our fund balances overall. Again, because there has been quite a bit of volatility, there's been a 3-year planning process. There is, an unknown amount of revenues until after people file their taxes and there's final adjustments done. There were fund balances that built up during good times. However, since fiscal year 21-22, we have been pulling those fund balances down and spending them on behalf of serving the needs of our community. We are forecast to continue to pull those down. And then at this point in time, we expect everything except our prudent reserve to be fully expended from our fund balances. And this is as things exist right now. This shows our revenues overall. So if we're looking at all of behavioral health's revenue sources and what that looks like, compared to, what we have boots on the ground to serve our community, we have about $10 million coming in from 1991 realignment. We have about $27 million coming in from 2011 realignment. We would have a continued $24 million coming in from MHSA, and we'd lose about $12 million of MHSA if Prop 1 passes it. We earn about $44 million of federal funds, so federal financial participation that we would expect to continue. And right now, we are experiencing what we estimate to be about a $5 million loss in federal funding due to the CalAIM payment reform changes that were just passed. And we would anticipate losing another $5.3 million of federal financial participation if Prop 1 does pass. So if you look at the total loss of revenue that is directed towards current programming and services, if Prop 1 passes, we are looking at about $17.5 million of impact to our community. So what it means across the state for different counties, because the Behavioral Health Services Act funding would be oriented around outcomes for homelessness, it prospectively shifts responsibility for county behavioral health for homeless individuals, regardless of funding availability, regardless of serious mental illness, and regardless of some of those other more complex things, such as having sufficient housing stock available in a community. The other piece is that even with the bond measure that proposes to build another 10,000 mix of treatment beds and supportive housing beds, there would still be insufficient housing to accommodate the existing homeless population in California. My math, just taking a look at the number of beds that would be there for permanent supported housing, says that, and compared with the number of people estimated to be homeless across the state, is it would make about an impact of about 2%. Next slide, please. So other impacts, these would dramatically reconfigure our funding for prevention and early intervention. It would potentially eliminate innovation-funded activities. It would disproportionately and negatively impact our services oriented towards at-risk and underserved communities that otherwise cannot be funded. There would be a dramatic reduction in dollars for community services and supports, innovation, prevention, and early intervention, and there would be a reduction in services. So right now, MHSA is fully allocated. It's actually more than fully allocated because we are drawing down those fund balances. And so if our revenues do drop, other funding sources will need to be identified or services will need to be reprioritized and reduced. A summary of our Mental Health Services Act allocations by component and strategy are shown on the following slides, and these are the places where any future reallocations would need to come from. This is our community services and supports. It includes our full services partnerships, which is a component of our community services and supports right now. That will be one of the funded areas. Full service partnerships will be one of the funded areas. However, there would be reductions in the funds available to be spent in, on these programs listed here. The next slide, this shows our general system development programs. This is not called out to be funded directly. This would be part of the other aspect of our funding categories. The reality is most of the impacts to direct service will be felt here because, again, we'll have 35% of our funding coming in for full service partnership programs, and we will have 35% of our funding for everything else, including these, prevention, workforce, and everything else that we need. And so this will definitely experience some impacts. These are our prevention and early intervention programs that we have operational right now, and the number of people that we serve per calendar year, because prevention dollars would be eliminated at the county level. And the state level funding, it's not clear how that would be utilized apart from what we know it's proposed to go to the California Department of Public Health, likely have some types of programs to focus on population health across the state. What we have right now is very dialed into our local community needs. It is unlikely that we would have the funding to continue this. These are our innovation programs. Again, these are things that, some things we're very excited about, and it's unlikely that we will have funding to continue these beyond, using up the fund balances that we have available right now. Our workforce education and training, I think, you've probably heard way too many times from me, how much impact our workforce shortage has on us, and that it's not just us in Monterey, but there is a shortage of behavioral health expertise in our workforce across the state. We work to try to develop our team, to develop the resources our community needs to serve. And so the likelihood is we would lose this funding as well. Capital facilities and technology, again, having the right infrastructure to support the services that we deliver continues to be a challenge. There are some exciting projects that we have underway. We have our new Alisal Children's Clinic that will be opening this spring, and in large part, due to contributions from our board and our county general funds. We have a grant for about $20 million of the $40 million that we're estimating that we need for our mental health rehabilitation center, that we're transforming the old jail into a therapeutic setting for, not just people who are incarcerated, and actually not for people who are incarcerated, but for people who really need that level of treatment and placement for their recovery. We have some grants for bridge housing. That is less for permanent infrastructure right now and more for services. And there is clearly need for expanded services to our community and accessibility. And so we've talked about having a behavioral health campus, again, just so that people can come to us when they have need. And so these funds also are at risk. So future amounts here, we would, in order to fund anything that's in prevention, workforce, capital facilities, or innovation, we would have to take it out of the services that are identified under the community services and supports general system delivery right now. And so we would have to further cut services in order to fund any of these pieces. Next slide. So some of the highlights, the Behavioral Health Services Act would be diverting 30% to a new housing component. It's great to support housing costs. I appreciate that. It also will create pain because it's a zero-sum game. It takes away from somewhere to be able to fund something else. Prevention would now be controlled and funded by the state. The Behavioral Health Services Act reforms should improve accountability and transparency, and they will also add administrative burden. And really, the reforms that are coming are going to diminish local control and give us less flexibility for the future. And so with that, that's just kind of a highlight. We are now in the space where we're in the hands of the voters. Whichever way the voters go, we at Behavioral Health are going to look towards what can we do to optimize the services and supports to be able to best serve our community. And I'm certain that we would definitely be coming forward, again, whichever way that the voters go, we'll be coming forward with recommendations for the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. There's some, yes, Supervisor Alejo, you have a question?
Yes, as a member of the Legislative Committee, we didn't have a consensus on it, so we forwarded it to this meeting today, and I want to thank Ms. Eckert and the staff for bringing this forward. I think it's important for it to come to us for several reasons. One, to realize how Prop 1 will impact our county, and the impacts will be significant. So it's important for us to at least have this conversation as a full board. Chris is missing, but at this board meeting. But that secondly, for the voters to also understand what the impact is. I know, having been a former legislator, this is Prop 1 seems like the next shiny object of how to deal with our ongoing crisis, homelessness and mental health crisis in California. But as they try to divert resources from one area to another, they leave those other areas, and the many thousands of Monterey County residents who will not have the funding and the services, the programs, the supports to be able to address these other issues that are also vitally important for us as a society, as a county. So I wanted to just to put that forward as well. The money seems significant, as you said, $12 million in a year plus the $5 additional million, $17 million impact. That is much more than I anticipated it would be. So I appreciate our county staff being able to get us that micro lens of how will this, in our best estimates, how will it impact? And this just shows that the impacts will be profound. So the other aspect of it, we live in, this is, as you said, it's rightly before the voters now. And despite the impacts, which I think we all, as a board and as a county residents, should understand, but we also understand the way this is crafted, it gives discretion to the state, if it were to pass, of how these dollars will be doled out to counties. And so we also look at it from a political, not only a policy lens, but a political lens. And that's where I think where my position has changed somewhat. Having our team, I think Annette, Ashley Walker has consulted with CSAC staff as well, seeing what are other counties doing. They're also having these same conversations at their board meetings. But other counties have decided to not take a position in light of that discretion. We don't want to be adversely impacted even more by taking a position, even though we know this is going to hurt us in a profound way after passage. And I say after passage because also the PPIC did a poll on how this is faring among voters, I think just a few weeks ago, and it's favoring 68%. There's no organized opposition. I think governments have been recalcitrant for all the reasons just stated earlier, and that the governor has raised significant money, $12+ million for its passage. So in light of all those circumstances, it's like, I think it's important to educate our voters, express our concerns, our board to understand what will happen with its passage after March 5th. But also, that's where I think I'm now at a position where not taking a position, expressing concerns publicly. We did oppose, Monterey County opposed the legislation itself, SB 326, but then this is a separate decision on actually the ballot measure. And that's where, in light of the context and the politics behind it, we have to be strategic from a county standpoint as well. We've already expressed our concerns to our state legislators. They approved this. It has the full support. Yesterday, they had a new Senate President Pro Tem expressing support behind this. So we know where our state legislative leadership is at. But we also have, I think, a responsibility to express our concerns, express it, educate our voters, but at the same time be strategic in what positions we take. And that's where I'm kind of shifted now to this for the sake of our county, not to lose out on more funding after these reforms are enacted, as I think it will, just looking at the polling numbers so favorably strong, the way it's crafted, the language in there, the language towards veterans. These are all, every ballot proposition puts that in there because they know that's a popular thing with voters, right? And that's also strategic in helping the ballot measure pass as well. So I just wanted to express what the discussions we had at the Legislative Committee that we've had with our Behavioral Health Bureau and CSAC, and kind of the other aspects that I took into account to come to a changed position from the Legislative Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Askew, you're a member of the Legislative Committee too. Did you have some comments?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. We did hear a brief presentation at Leg Committee and didn't have agreement, so we wanted to bring it forward for just, I think, education of the board about what we stand to lose on a local level, and we wanted to let the voters have the opportunity to hear as well. My understanding is that there is strong voter support for this, that the cuts to our local service providers, all of our prevention and early intervention, the work that First 5 has been doing, all of the things that we have been fighting for so long, for so hard to get dollars into upstream interventions and prevention programs. We're doing it, and we're doing it really well here in Monterey County, and I believe it's having an impact. We were able to reduce or increase the rate of women who are receiving prenatal care by 10% over 10 years. I mean, these things have significant impact on people's lives, and to lose the ability to make those interventions locally will impact negatively our service providers and the people who they serve, my neighbors and our residents and constituents. And also, we have a housing crisis. We have a homelessness crisis in the state, and I do commend the state for taking really bold, aggressive steps to address the needs across all regions. And so given the realities that us taking a position on this really doesn't change the outcome at all from where we're at. We did engage in legislative advocacy early on. Where we're at today, I'm not comfortable taking a position on this issue today, but I do want to make sure that as we move forward, we, the board, and our county team come back to the table and figure out. We have a number of different pots of money and resources and that are available, and we need to figure out how we can make sure that all of the service providers who will end up losing out on contracts because we don't have MHSF funding available, that they understand very clearly how to engage in other county pots of funding that could be available to backfill or supplement for the services that will be lost. So I think we need to be really strategic and think outside of the box locally about how we continue to prioritize, not just within behavioral health, but countywide, the delivery of these critical services that are making our community healthier and safer. So those are just a few comments. I did have a question, though, and we are a little short on time, so I won't expect a long answer. But I'm trying to make sure that I fully understand the state's plan for payment reform. From how I'm seeing this, we also have a massive CalAIM payment reform. We have enhanced benefits that will be eligible for Medi-Cal payment. How does this fit into the bigger picture of ensuring that our most vulnerable residents have the supports that they need when and how they need them? And I have to, from what the bits I can pull together, this is part of a larger structural change to how the state is looking to fund programs and services. But I would appreciate making sure that we understand how all of those puzzle pieces fit together and the role that the county will then and now play in a different set of expectations and funding streams.
So in a really brief answer about CalAIM payment reform, again, you saw that we're projecting to lose about $5 million of federal funds with the rates that have been developed. One of the things that makes it more advantageous to us, although more risky with CalAIM payment reform, we are no longer subject to cost settlement. So that means that we're not limited at our actual cost reimbursement, which means that if we're able to become more efficient and effective and deliver more services, we will have more funds to reinvest in our community. And on the converse side, if we maintain where we're at right now, we're losing funds to invest in our community, and there's no, that's a challenge. One of the pieces about how the rates were set, it's really focused on the amount of direct services provided. So that means time, sitting with an individual, you're face to face, whether it be via Zoom, whether it be, some type of other telemedicine, but you're providing a direct service to an individual who has Medi-Cal. You're no longer funded for driving to provide services. You're no longer funded for doing an the documentation behind the work that you do. So filling out the paperwork for the assessment, all of those things we're no longer funded to do. And so that has impact. If we made ourselves office-based instead of field-based, we certainly could provide more direct services. We also know that our community seeks us out in the community.
Yeah. Well, that's where you meet people where they're at. So, okay, thank you for that, and I'll pass the floor back. But I do think as we move forward, keeping the board posted as to once the vote comes in, what our plan is, and I would just encourage all of our service providers and our team to we're going to have to take a big open mind approach to how we move forward, and it's going to require a lot of innovation and change and flexibility on everyone's part. So thank you.
Any other comments before we go out to the general public? Go ahead. Okay. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on this item? Seeing nobody. Anybody online? Nobody online? Supervisor Adams, did you have a comment?
Just a quick comment. In light of the limitation on time, I just want to say that I support the comments of my two colleagues, and having read the information that was provided, as painful as it is, I think I concur with the taking no position would be the best thing for us to do at this point. I have every confidence that the work that you're doing will not be in vain, and we will be able to go forward. You're doing a great job, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I want to also thank you for your report as well, and outline of the ramifications of this. I'm very sympathetic because I always uncomfortable when I see the state coming in, taking more money, and then exerting more control, because I'm very much a believer in local control and localism as being the more nimble form of government and taking care of problems. I would support this too on taking no action. My other reason is I generally have some philosophical problems with government making recommendations to voters, whether I personally support it or not. I think there's some problems into there, but I think we're probably in consensus not to take any action at this point. But Supervisor Alejo, do you have something?
Yeah, I think on these kind of issues, because Monterey County, our behavioral are the experts, and I think our voters look to us on what how this is going to impact them, their lives, their services. And it only makes sense if there was organized opposition, right? If that could convey, if there was gathering a coalition of local governments, of businesses, and that kind of scenario, then it makes sense to weigh in. But if there's none, that's why you see the polling the way it is, because there's no counterpoint out in the public arena. You're only hearing from one side, generated by $12 million in fundraising. But I just wanted to add on, because I think the prevention is very significant, at least in my district. Salinas here has a very young population, and some of these programs have made an impact in helping reduce violence, which this community was hard hit for many years, being in the top 10 cities with the most youth, at the highest youth murder violence rate in several years out of the last 10 years. We've made a lot of strides with these investments early on, mental health services, so our kids don't start falling through the crack, and then their behavior turns into criminal behavior outside of the schools or in the schools. And so that's where I see this. This is going to have an impact in other ways, as we're trying to address one, going to, I think, set us back in other areas where we've really made a lot of progress. The only last thing I'd want to tell my colleagues is Care Court, which was seen as the governor's big pronouncement, has promised. I know we're trying to deal with our most challenged, our high needs residents, sometimes homeless, sometimes not. But even out of the 8 early adopter counties, which our county decided not to be part of, 6 of the 8 have now told the state they do not want to move forward on the expanded conservatorship. Only 2 counties, in fact, 56 of 58 counties have now taken the position they want to waive or postpone any expanded conservatorship. So I just want to tell you how sometimes these new programs, they sound good in concept and in theory, but in real life, especially when you're talking about an individual's civil liberties, it goes into the realm of what is constitutional, what is not. Many of those individual cases end up in court, costing the counties millions of dollars. So I just want to say where we're at and the difficulty in even implementing some of these new programs, how challenging they are at a local level. So thank you.
Thank you. So unless there is some motion or direction by the board, we'll just have this matter I'm going to pass on as no action at that point. Action. Okay. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
We only have a few minutes before 12, and I know we have some closed session matters, but we do have item 17. Kelsey Scanlon, Director, Emergency Management, will be here to present a presentation on disaster service worker program updates. This will give you enough time, you believe?
I do believe so.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Could you please share my screen? Very good. Thank you. This is a very exciting opportunity. I'm coming to you with a positive news instead of a problem, which is very exciting. But I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the dozens of disaster service workers that toiled away over the weekend in support of our response and recovery efforts to the winter storm. We have a responsibility to respond to emergencies and natural disasters that impact the community in various ways, whether they be natural disasters, man-made, technological. And the county, as one of the largest employers in the county, as well as the operational area authority, are required to prepare to respond quickly, to maintain critical functions and deliver service, but to also be able to access our disaster service worker workforce that makes up one of our greatest capabilities, which are direct service. Under California state code, all public employees are disaster service workers and subject to disaster service activities, and that includes all county employees. Under Monterey County Government Code, the Director of Emergency Services has the ability to command the aid of its citizens and its personnel to provide necessary resources during a disaster. We have been working with the CAO's office, the Department of Human Resources, and tangentially with ITD to develop a very robust disaster service worker program. Essentially, what I'm here today to talk to you about is some very innovative ideas that we have moving forward to effectively leverage and train our disaster service workers. And so our goal of this program revamp is to register and assign all county workers in our new disaster service worker app, to provide more training to employees as they onboard to county employment, to train all county staff to serve in some capacity in a disaster, and to support them with very necessary resources before, during, and after a disaster. We have created this web app with ITD. They've done a tremendous job. And essentially, every county employee will have a disaster service worker profile that we will be able to access, and they will have the opportunity to register within 30 days to identify their preferred service method. So if they really want to stay at their department and, pick up some of the slack that they're to pick up some of the work that may have been deprioritized to support disaster service work, they can do that. If they want to work in the EOC, they can certainly do that. If they want to work in the field, we are very supportive of that as well. We do want to give people the opportunity to provide their preference based on their capabilities as well as their job classification. And we're asking them to do this within 30 days of the announcement of this program. The county administrative officer does reserve the right to assign any and all DSWs to a county assignment regardless of preference, but we did want to acknowledge that we're attempting to create a cultural paradigm shift in that we want people to acknowledge this service as an honor and for it to be prideful and to feel that they have this opportunity to serve the community in a disaster. We don't want people to feel like this is a burden or something that they're forced to do, like jury duty, even though I think that's the cornerstone of democracy. But ultimately, we're very excited about this collaboration. Through the onboarding process, obviously every DSW does the loyalty oath, but we think that it's important to take a step further. The loyalty oath doesn't necessarily acknowledge the full responsibility of the DSW in a disaster. So we're adding in an additional form called the DSW affirmation form, which acknowledges their duties. We're providing a 10 to 15 minute DSW training video to be included in the new employee orientation, as well as readily available for all DSWs who are currently with the county. In addition to the 10 to 15 minute intro video, all permanent full-time employees will be required within 365 days to participate in a training. They have two options. They can either take the FEMA Independent Study 100 and 200 class online at their own pace, or they can participate in an in-person 2.5-hour condensed training offered by DEM at the EOC. So we're willing to accommodate people's work schedules and willingness to engage in different activities. From there, throughout this process, we've really looked at developing the DSW web app and how we can get a better understanding of the personnel inventory. We really took a hard look at our policies and procedures and have been developing training material and our internal capacity to actually provide the training. We presented to the department heads. We gave notice to the unions and participated in one informational interview with SEMA. And now we're here to present to you with the hope that we can issue this directive to department heads and all staff and begin the registration of DSWs and the training of DSWs. So that was a lot in a very short amount of time. And so you have accomplished item number 1 on the board report, which is receive a presentation. And now we'd really appreciate feedback regarding this program and the changes to this program, and authorize the county administrative office to take all necessary steps to implement the DSW program.
Thank you, Kelsey. You get the award for speed presentation this year and thoroughness too. Yes, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, the question just has to do with our, the process when we meet with our collective bargaining units. I just want to make sure that when we're creating this, that we do that. I don't want this to come back, as we've seen in some cases, where later on it's a grievance or I forgot the exact wording for it, but I don't want it to the county to be penalized if some grievance were to go up to the PERS board or whatever for not having that. What is it called? Meeting consent. Meeting consent. So when we're creating this program, to make sure we're following all the proper procedures so that when this is enacted in the future, we don't have one of our bargaining units say that we do not meet and confer with them in the creation of this program. So that's the question. Have we done that for the CEO or Kelsey? Yeah.
Yes, we have. We've given notice and did have a sit down with SEMA. No other labor unions approached for more information. And you'll note that the discussion with SEMA on Friday is available on the revised memo.
So can you just let us know then, how did we get the word out to each union? We just emailed all the representatives then?
That's correct. HR sent out a memo in mid-January, I believe.
Perfect. I just want to make sure every time we have that, all our ducks in order to not cause problems down the road when we are having to respond in a very short a time under an emergency. So
I will say, I can't speak on behalf of SEMA, of course, but in our discussions, we were very much in alignment with the need to support disaster service workers through this program.
Agreed, and I had expressed this to you and to our CEO last year. Always the challenge was, and I learned that last March, is those earliest days. You know, if emergency happens on a weekend and we need to deploy redirected county staff on a weekend, that's what the most challenging, because people have their plans, they have things that they already have, and to pull them out of whatever commitments they had is the most challenging. So I know this is part of an effort to do better at that and pull out needed staff to be deployed, not only to whether it was a shelter, sometimes it was the security, it was the food, it was the volunteers, it was deal with donations, a wide range of issues where we need county professionals to be there to assist our families in the greatest time of need. So thank you for helping us elevate the work in this area. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Adams.
Thanks very much. Thank you so much for this presentation. I think the training and onboarding is just really critical for county employees. And if everyone gets the training, it will, I think, address the issue that Supervisor Alejo just mentioned. It's really important that the proper training for the disaster service workers is in place. And I know that I had one staff person who, was right there on the spot and enjoyed the work very much. So I really thank you for the time and effort that you have put into this, especially with everything else that you've had going on. I do have a couple of quick questions, though. I want to make sure that this is going to fold in all of the existing employees that we have now, because I can tell you I have one employee who's been on board with the county for 16 years. She has never had the training, nor has she ever been offered the training, and she would be really good and would enjoy the training. So my hope is that we have some way of being able to ensure that all of the existing people have the opportunity to do so as well. And then again, it sounds like you're going to have the onus of that training on your shoulders, on the DEM shoulders. And I just wonder if there could be any kind of cooperation with the HR department to ensure that everybody gets it and gets it as quickly as possible. I know that it would be tough to expect supervisors, not county supervisors, but supervisors of staff to have the responsibility of it, because you want to make sure the training is uniform across the county. So my hope is that we'll take those things under consideration. And then just finally, I'm not so sure that everyone views jury duty with through the same lens that you choose to view it.
Thank you. Jury duty is a thrill. I'm not sure what you're talking about. But to your point, that's exactly right. We do have employees who have worked for the county for 25 years, 30 years, 35 years, and they've never taken a DSW training. And I think this is a very profound movement in the right direction, acknowledging the shared responsibility every public servant has across the state of California, but most especially here in Monterey County. And we do we are very fortunate to have such a qualified and dedicated work staff who not just love their community, but love working in their community. And so we're very fortunate to do that. And so, yes, we are intending to train all current county employees who are full-time permanent employees. And we were very fortunate also to receive an allocation from the board for a training and an exercise coordinator. And it was our hope, still is our hope and plan, to leverage that position to administer all of this training. So we are very resourced with regard to providing the training, and we're very grateful for that. We also have a new planner on board who is FEMA or CSTI certified for disseminating FEMA training, essentially, which is very exciting and increases our ability to do this directly without hiring a contractor, which is also exciting. But I will say that HR is certainly taking on a shared burden in this, especially with the onboarding process.
Thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Great work. I think it'll benefit the entire community and our county workers. Also want to just give Kelsey and the Department of Emergency Management a big shout out of appreciation for hosting trainings for our local elected officials in city government. I think it's important that we take these times where we're not in active crisis to make sure that everyone understands how the system works, how the chain of command works, who's in charge, what resources we have available to us to navigate when we are in times of crisis. So thank you, Kelsey. You've done an incredible job of really elevating and adding transparency and inclusion to the work that Department of Emergency Management provides for our county. Thank you.
And also want to thank you, and I agree, this is exciting, positive news that gives opportunities for help when we really need it most. So I want to thank you for this. Is there, I should take this out to the public. Is there anybody in chambers that would like to comment on this? Anyone online? Nope. Direction from the board?
Make a motion to, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to implement the DSW program as presented. Thank you.
Motion by Supervisor Adams, second by Supervisor Alejo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. And with that, we'll recess to lunch and some few unfinished closed session items. Thank you.
will do.
Call to order the reconvene the Board of Supervisors here for 1:30. Roll call, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Lopez, who is attending a conference.
And we'll have the announcement for Spanish interpretation services by Ana Rueda de Vidales.
Hola, mi nombre es Ana Rueda de Vidales. Seré el intérprete español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor ven a verme ahora para que pueda explicar el proceso. Gracias.
Thank you. And our first matter for this afternoon is a report from the Department of Social Services regarding outreach efforts and data for the Medi-Cal expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. We're here to present. My name is Rose. Sorry about that. Thank you for the opportunity to come and present to you. My name is Rosemary DeFranco. I'm the Deputy Director within the Department of Social Services for Community Benefits, and I have with me my Assistant Director, Annette Gallegos. We're here to present on the Medi-Cal expansion for individuals ages 26 through 29. I'll turn it over to Annette. 49.
Correct. So Senate bill was amended, and that expanded eligibility of Medi-Cal eligibility to individuals 26 to 49 that did not have satisfactory immigration status. And this was effective January 1st. So I want to start off with previously they were receiving restricted benefits that were limited to emergencies and pregnancy. So as of January 1st, full scope Medi-Cal, they're able to use it for just like any other individual when you're ill, for regular checkups, hospital, et cetera. So prior to the expansion, we did provide overviews throughout the year, really, because this is like the third phase of expansion. Our first phase was really 0 to 19, and then it was individuals over 50, and this one is 19 to 49. So throughout the year, anytime we provided an update on our program, we provided the information on the expansion to all the different agencies and community-based partners. We also posted information on social media platforms and worked really closely with the health department, and we also collaborated with Natividad to provide the presentation today. And some of the engagement I wanted to talk today about is at the health department. They also completed the outreach and application support really throughout the county, including the farmers markets, food banks, WIC offices, et cetera, throughout Monterey County. For our department, we did the presentations, but we were really in, we have our phone line, and you can do the electronic application or mail-in. So during the 2023 year, the Department of Healthcare Services actually issued notice of actions to individuals that were already receiving restricted benefits. And so the first notice went out in the month of October, and then they subsequently actually issued another notice of action, just letting them know that they were transitioning to full scope Medi-Cal. And they issued a frequently asked questions document as well. And all of that information was issued by our department and our applications and in our office signage. In the month of December, we also did an interview with Telemundo 23. That was completed by our analyst and one of our program manager. We have electronic signages in all of our district offices, which provided all the information as well. So moving forward in December, our system, which is CalSAWS, mailed out a notification and also began the transition of our restricted recipients who were receiving restricted benefits. And the number that we were given was 8,333 that were transitioning on January 1st. And as of January 1st, we had 189,000 individuals in total in Monterey County receiving Medi-Cal benefits. However, I did want to inform you that as of yesterday, we received an updated statistics, and right now we were at close to 18,000 individuals on full scope benefits that would have been previously restricted in that age range. But I mentioned previously that we had 2 other transitions. So in total, our community that would have been receiving restricted benefits are now at 28,000. It's a little over 28,000 that are receiving full scope. So some challenges that we've encountered through our department and our CBOs is really the lack of trust and really the Medi-Cal application process, which we still request a lot of information, and there is a lengthy process. So our Medi-Cal application process can take up to 45 days unless there's a true emergency, which we try to then complete within 5 days. The other item that we believe really is the public charge. So really trying to clarify with the public that applying for Medi-Cal does not affect an individual's immigration status. There are very few exceptions to that rule because really to ensure that we're gaining their trust and that we give them all the information and who they can talk to about that information. Additional challenges that we're receiving in the department. So our workload has really increased with the really during winter months. We already receive a high number of applications because of our ag industry and just in Monterey County in general. But in addition to that, the restarting of the Medi-Cal annual redeterminations that began in June really has spiked the number of applications we receive and the number of annual redeterminations and changes that we have to actually now process. And in addition, really training new staff. So you can see on the table that our applications really for all programs did increase really mainly in the month of November, but it's continuously increased throughout. In the month of November, we had almost 7,000 applications for all programs, and in December, over 5,000. And that's just applications, that's not including our annual redeterminations. Natividad did have the Esperanza Care Program, which that did end on December 31st. The administrator did issue letters to 4,299 individuals, letting them know the ways that they can apply through our office, which is basically doing it online by phone, coming into our office, or mailing in an application. And approximately a third of those were on already restricted benefits that we're going to transition over. However, I do want to say we have seen an increase in applications in our office in the month of December and January for Medi-Cal specifically. So really our next steps, we're continuing to connect with other departments and community-based organizations to really strategize our outreach efforts and really continue searching for grant opportunities. The information is still on social media, and we're continuing to do that at least through the month of May. We will continue to do the expansion. We'll be assessing when we will start to change the message. And that concludes our presentation.
For an expansion. Are there any supervisor, I'll go with Supervisor Askew here first.
Great, thank you. Great work and a ton of work. And I don't think anyone can underemphasize or overemphasize like how much has fallen on the shoulders of our DSS eligibility team in the past year, and you guys have really risen to the challenge in heroic ways. A couple things I want to highlight. The Esperanza Care program really was an incredibly successful story of uniquely creating a program that allowed for our uninsured residents, of which Monterey County continues to have one of the highest rates in the state, to access primary health care. And when I looked at the data over the years, 2/3 of the individuals enrolled were women between the ages of 30 and 50. They were mothers just trying to get basic gynecological care so that they could take care of their families and continue to work in the community. Really phenomenal program that started because the community showed up and said, this is what we need. I do want to make sure that we find the right ways to tell that story and celebrate that success as that program is no longer needed. Because that program helped, I think, the state see how important and how critical it is for every resident in our community, every person working and living in our community to have access to healthcare. So I just don't want that to pass by without giving it the credence that it deserves. I also want to just highlight, and your data, for those who don't know, you don't know that about half of our residents in Monterey County touch social services in some way, are receiving some form of public assistance. And that is, I think, surprising to those who aren't in that space working and touching those folks. But it's important to me to make sure that we have the systems and the structures in place so that people know how they can engage in that, and that when they are engaging and receiving the services, we're providing it in dignified, respectful ways. So I just want to, again, take this moment to highlight the significance also of the work that we're doing in Seaside to renovate the Seaside Community Services Center, which is where the western portion of the county receives their public eligibility benefits. We do have a town hall scheduled on February 29th at 6 p.m. at the Oldenmeyer Center for anyone that wants to come and share their thoughts about how we design that site. A couple questions in terms of the folks who received from Esperanza Care who received their notices from PHA. Do we know if all of those folks, are we doing a warm handoff, or that was just they got a letter and we're hoping that they followed up on that? Is there some sort of follow-up that we're able to do, a phone call, some additional communication directly from the county saying, like, we know you're eligible, come work with us?
So my understanding is the letters were issued, so we will connect with Natividad, because I know at the last time, I believe we did do a list to see if, a comparison list, so that we can see if they were on or not and how many.
Okay, because those are all folks that we know would be eligible. The sooner we can get them on Medi-Cal, the sooner we can get them connected to a primary care doctor, and the sooner the Alliance can start receiving those dollars to help benefit the system as a whole. And then in terms of, I know I participate in, I think it's the Department of Healthcare Services, and they send out information regularly about how to communicate Medi-Cal eligibility to communities that might benefit from enrollment, direct to schools, direct to community groups, direct to the libraries. Are there additional do we know what additional pockets of community need that direct communication? And are there ways that this board can help reach the communities that we represent? I know we're trusted messengers and have access to a lot of community groups and community voices. So I would just ask if you have information that you can keep sending to us so that we can disseminate it to those who would be able to then take action on that. Would be great. Thank you.
Supervisor Leahy.
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. I had requested this to come forward because I think this is such a big deal for Monterey County. Our county, I think, according to the LA Times a few years ago, said that Monterey County had the highest percentage of foreign-born, of immigrants. Not all undocumented, but we know certainly in our two largest segments of the workforce, in agriculture and hospitality, a significant number are. And when I was still in the assembly, when I was chairman of the Latino Legislative Caucus, we fought for that first phase, the 26 and under, to be able to be eligible for Medi-Cal. That was we were the first state to be able to do that. And then the other phase was the 50 and over. And now the missing segment was those 26 through 49. And even though we have a tough state budget ahead, when the governor was asked after he released his budget proposal in January last month, he said he was going to stay firm to making sure that to that commitment of Medi-Cal for all low-income residents, regardless of immigration, are now eligible to inscribe into Medi-Cal. So I think that's historic. I agree also on the Esperanza Care. We were one of those few counties that when we had nothing, we created a program, although limited in what it offered, it provided critical services to our communities. I did the referral on that program, and I think we do got to celebrate one of the leadership that this board, our staff, Natividad Hospital demonstrated to provide that safety net to our immigrant residents when we didn't have Medi-Cal for all as we do today. So I think I agree that that's a great story of success, of leadership, of courage, of taking care of our most vulnerable when there wasn't other places to go to. But on two questions I have, just on expanding on the outreach efforts, right? That's where I really thought this big announcement, January, this new segment of residents are eligible. I hope that we could get some more details on what the outreach will comprise of, especially like for the Spanish-speaking community, the indigenous community that doesn't have a written language format. It depends a lot on audio and visual video. But certainly looking at what are we doing in terms, are we doing commercials or beyond the social media, the few posts that we may do, but really looking at, are we doing commercials to get the word out of where to inscribe in this program? Are we using are we doing outreach tables? I don't know if the health department is doing outreaching at events throughout the year, informing educators, tapping into our community health workers that we had, I know, much smaller in scope. I know at one point, Elsa, Director Jimenez, had talked about Medi-Cal being able to train them and being able to utilize community health workers to be able to help, I think, in some of this enrollment. That's what I'd like to hear more about, because those are the real kind of hand-holding efforts that really teach those that are, many of those who are not sophisticated to know where to go, how to inscribe, who've been living in the shadows, have been concerned, as you're saying, for their immigration status, whether this would be a public charge that could affect them if they try to adjust their status in the future. But what I thought would really come out today was just the estimated number of those that we think will be eligible under the 26 to 49 category. I know you mentioned those limited benefits. 8,300 got the letter that they can now. That's one part of it. But I thought Elsa had sent some numbers to me previously that said that the estimated number of those eligible would be 18,333 in that age group that we thought would be eligible. So for me, that's a very significant number, almost 20,000 residents who I want to make sure that we're doing everything possible to get them enrolled into Medi-Cal now so they could benefit, live healthier lives, and certainly be able to draw down those benefits for themselves. So the outreach piece is what I would like to hear more about, but also getting that exact number and publicizing that to the press. Under this, we have 18,333 residents that we believe now we could get enrolled into this program that were not eligible before the new law went into effect. Thank you.
So,
Ms. Adams?
thank you. And I had some questions about Esperanza and the numbers as well. And I thought I heard you say that you have now got about 18,000 people. So
yes, we do. And we have about almost 18,000 already on Medi-Cal that went from, that are now full scope eligible. And then a total of all age groups were over 28,000.
that sounds excellent. I had a suggestion as far as outreach goes, if it would work to go to those very specific school districts where, you know, the parents would be obvious candidates, and see if they would allow something to, a flyer to go home with the children's books. That might be another way of reaching particularly that 26 to 49 group.
Yep. I do want to add that in the last year, well, the last 2 years, we've been working with different community-based organizations, which include a lot of family resource centers at the schools, to actually train them on how to become a CBO and submit applications for their families and their students. So we're working right now on identifying each one and what locations they're at, so we can have flyers by location so people can know where they can go. If they don't feel comfortable coming to us, they can go to a school or a clinic, because there is at least over 35 community-based organizations that have accounts to actually set up a Benefits Cal application for any program, Medi-Cal, CalFresh, CalWorks, for the individuals that they serve in their area.
That's great. Thank you so much for what you're doing.
And again, thank you for your hard work. It's, offering Medi-Cal, offering, the ability for people to get proper care is preventive medicine and offering it. And it's so much better than those who don't have any health care at all and then have to get and take an emergency, and the cost is a lot more expensive. This is overall cheaper, is well known. I just want to emphasize that. So I want to take it out to the public here.
I'll wait till after.
Okay.
Elsa Jimenez has her hand up too, if you want to call on her.
Okay. I don't see anybody in chambers, but Elsa, do you have something?
Yes, good afternoon. Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department. I just wanted to respond to a few of the inquiries raised by Supervisor Alejo. So last year, when the order was lifted in terms of not having to do redetermination processes for being enrolled in Medi-Cal because of the end of the emergency, we worked with the Community Foundation and our VIDA-funded partners last year to train up their community health workers to be able to support our residents with the Medi-Cal application process, whether it was to be able to newly apply because now they were eligible because of the removal of the requirement on the documentation status, or to ensure that they didn't miss that window of opportunity when it started last spring to be able to submit all their updated paperwork so that they wouldn't lose their Medi-Cal coverage. So that is something that our VIDA, our farm worker resource, CHWs, and our own, a couple CHWs we have within the health department have been doing over the last year as they're out in the community supporting residents with any and all of their needs. And it's something that we will continue even after the funding ends for some of our community health worker efforts with the remaining CHWs that we have deployed in the community. And it's been something that the CHWs were very willing to learn how to do, and the community was very appreciative of that support in their own home with gathering the documents that they needed and being able to submit their applications online.
Thank you. Anybody else online? No. Supervisor Alejo, you had something to add?
Now that I have Elsa on, Elsa, just wanted to follow up, and maybe this just for Lori Medina's department as well, just in terms of the outreach. Have we done any Spanish language education about where to enroll, where to go to, and maybe some of the issues that were touched upon? That'd be one of my questions. And then because Elsa also had. I had mentioned Elsa earlier, I think in December, you had sent this email saying that CCAH, our managed Medi-Cal plan, presented this at our board meeting in December. They estimated we have about 18,000, that was at 18,333 residents ages 26 to 49 who will be eligible for full scope Medi-Cal this calendar year. So I just want to get clarity on what's the number, because staff saying 18,000 already enrolled between 26 and 49, but what you had sent me earlier was just the estimates of who will now be eligible to enroll this coming year. And I know we haven't enrolled that many people in a little over a month. So
I can only speak to the table that I sent you. So the Central California Alliance for Health is our Medi-Cal managed care provider for our county and 4 other counties along the Central California. And at that time, they projected that in this calendar year, about 18,300 individuals would be eligible and would be enrolled in full scope Medi-Cal. I can't speak to the number that Annette may have shared with you. I joined the meeting a little late, but I deferred to her on that. And if all of those have already been enrolled, then that's great.
I doubt we got that many in a month.
That was the statistics that we had as of yesterday, and it did provide by person. So I don't know if that was individual or case. I can tell you, like it is. I believe it was like 8,000 cases in total, and a total of 28 for the whole age group, but only half of those were the 26 to 49.
I think this is Lori Medina, Director, Department of Social Services, and I think one of the things that's important to emphasize is that many of those who were anticipated to be eligible were going to transition automatically. So a big chunk of those clients transitioned automatically. So the stats that Annette was referring to about the 18,000 as of yesterday, that is those who were on limited scope who have now become full scope. So it did happen quite quickly. So that is one thing. So it was far larger than the estimates we anticipated, which was going to be somewhere around 8,100. So more than double automatically transition. The other thing, Supervisor Alejo, your question about some of the outreach efforts, have we done any Spanish language communications? Yes, we have. There have been some interviews with program staff with Telemundo, and we'll continue with those efforts to get the word out in a couple of months. We're going to be having some other outreach events. We'll make sure that we continue to highlight that and really get the word out. So these are not a one-shot kind of event for us. These will be continuing efforts.
I appreciate those efforts from you and all the team. Thank you. And that's pretty amazing. We got 18,000 people enrolled in 5 weeks or so. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew, you had a comment?
I was just going to add, I just pulled up in response to your questions to Supervisor Alejo, the agenda packet from the Alliance for Health. And we do get regular updates at the Alliance because they're also tracking the membership numbers and making sure that we have capacity to provide care and assign primary care homes to every new Medi-Cal member that comes on board. And so in addition to what Director Medina just mentioned, the Alliance also has a whole list of organizations that are they're funding outreach for to support ongoing enrollment efforts and activities. So I think it really is an all hands on deck approach. And of course there's more. I've also seen, I think Nick Pasculi and County Communications, they've been pushing out social media information about in English and Spanish about how to enroll and the fact that we have increased eligibility, and we've been sharing those. But I think that everyone on our board really, there's good information, and we can all, I think, help make sure it gets to those who would benefit from it. But just some additional information.
No, I think it's important to just let us, that it's not all on our Department of Social Services, but that there's other partners who are doing these efforts. And for me, I didn't know their efforts, but it's good to know that they're contracting with providers to provide additional outreach.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Pajaro Valley Pride, United Way, community foundations, food banks, Coalition of Homeless Service Providers. It's a whole, long list.
Seeing no other comments, this was a no action item, which is presentation. So thank you again. And we'll move on to 19, which is to receive a presentation on the regional climate project. Working Group's grant-funded project title, Advancing Equitable Shared Governance for Monterey Bay Regional Climate Investment Decision-Making.
Before you get started, if I may, through the chair.
Yes.
I do sit on the board of Ecology Action, and considering that they are the fiscal sponsor for this item, I will be recusing myself from this conversation and stepping aside. So you've got 3 board members to continue the conversation. I'll step back in when we're done.
All right. This presentation will be online?
You can do whatever you want, but I can't.
Okay.
I won't be engaging in the conversation.
Let's see. We have Cora and Eloy. Are you online to present?
Yes, we are. Can you hear me okay?
Please go ahead.
Perfect. All right, then I will go ahead and share my screen. And since I have Eloy here to present with me, I'll go ahead and ask him to introduce himself.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Board of Supervisors. My name is Eloy Ortiz. I'm the Special Projects Manager at Regeneracion, Pajaro Valley Climate Action. We are one of the environmental justice community groups that was contracted to work on this project.
Thank you, Eloy. And my name is Cora Pantrada with the Sustainability Program with the county. And I'm here to talk about the Regional Climate Project Working Group's opportunity, which is a grant provided by the Urban Sustainability Directors Network. And this grant title is the Advancing Equitable Shared Governance for Monterey Bay Regional Climate Investment Decision Making. So first, a little bit of background for the Regional Climate Project Working Group. So across the region, it was recognized that climate change is a priority issue. And so a focused and organized approach to accessing the historic and federal funding and resources is required to bring the region together to collectively achieve equitable and resilient outcomes. And this is especially true with the major funding opportunities of the Infrastructure Bill and the Inflation Reduction Act and the resulting state programs that have a real focus on regional and collaborative approaches to these grant opportunities. Because access to these large-scale transformative grant opportunities has the potential to accelerate implementation of climate change mitigation and adaptation projects and programs across the 3 county regions that led to the establishment of the Regional Climate Project Working Group. So the working group is a chartered organization with staff representation from the counties of San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz, as well as the cities of Santa Cruz and Watsonville. And the mission of the RCPWG is to collaborate among groups and organizations in the Monterey Bay area region, including Santa Cruz, San Benito, and Monterey counties, to develop, prioritize, secure funding for, and effectively and equitably advocate for and implement regionally beneficial climate mitigation and adaptation projects and programs. And the Urban Sustainability Directors Network has awarded the working group a planning grant to increase equitable engagement in the working group and to bring frontline and disadvantaged community members to the table to have a voice in how planning for climate change can shape our communities in the coming decades. And some details about this grant is that the City of Santa Cruz is the lead applicant, as well as with participation from the City of Watsonville and the County of Monterey. Regeneracion and Ecology Action are our nonprofit partners for this project, and Fairlawn Strategies will be leading the facilitation of this project. To complete this project, staff and elected officials from the working group jurisdictions and up to 8 separate environmental justice group representatives will each contribute 10 hours of their time over the project's duration, preparing for and participating in 3 virtual workshops as well as 1 elected body meeting. The project objectives are threefold. The first is to develop the best practice guidance for equitable decision-making and the inclusion of environmental justice groups in climate action planning. The second is to secure funding for the working group's continued work over the next 3 years. And the third is to build trust with environmental justice groups and to cultivate elected representative champions for environmental justice issues. And I'm going to pass this over to Eloy to discuss that a bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Cora. So what is an environmental justice champion? We are here to ask if one of you, as supervisors of the County of Monterey, would be interested in becoming an environmental justice champion. As an environmental justice champion, the staff of the working group will assist a supervisor in becoming familiar with their work and its potential to impact the Tri-County region as those jurisdictions work together to advocate for and implement equitable climate mitigation and adaptation projects that will benefit the region and local communities. The environmental justice champion will also understand the needs of including environmental justice groups in this process, and because these groups work with local climate impacted communities and have not been traditionally included in decision-making processes. We also would like the environmental justice champion to advocate for climate action opportunities that center equity. And of course, attending the elected official working online workshop. Next slide, please. This is an abbreviated list of groups who have been invited to take place in the working group's planning grant. So they represent a spectrum, including larger groups such as Community Bridges, Community Action Board, smaller frontline organizations who have developed an interest in partnering and learning more about climate change issues such as MILPA, Mujeres en Acción, Center for Community Advocacy, and of course, environmental justice groups such as my agency, Regeneración. All groups who are participating or I should say all environmental justice groups who are participating will be compensated for their time via a stipend. Next slide, please. And then we also wanted to take a moment to introduce the Monterey Bay Area Climate Justice Collaborative, which has a similar mission to the working group. But while the working group was launched by public agencies, the Monterey Bay Area Climate Justice Collaborative was launched by CBOs in the Tri-County region. The Monterey Bay Area Climate Justice Collaborative is a developing collaborative of over 40 CBOs and public agencies across the Tri-County region who are interested in building partnerships around advocacy for climate change planning projects that center the voices of those most impacted by climate change. With recent funding by the Packard Foundation, the collaborative has developed a governing document and meets once a month online to build community, educate each other about climate issues in their communities, and to discuss potential projects for the region. And next slide, please. And these are the three workshops. They will be all online. The first one's February 15th. Second one is April 4th. And the third one is May 6th. And Cora, I'll leave you to explain that last bullet point.
Thank you, Eli. So staff will return between June and August of 2024 to present the final reports and the resolution to the board to support the Regional Climate Project Working Group's continued work. And now I will pass this back to the supervisors and the public for questions, and look forward to the discussion.
Hey, thank you for the report. I should mention we do have to appoint one supervisor for this, and we have a depleted selection here with one supervisor gone and one recusing. Any comments, questions?
Yeah,
go ahead.
The only question I had is, I know some of the community groups were mentioned as some possible participants, but not limited to. I just wanted to make sure that the other groups, I know Community Water Center, which has been engaged on water quality issues for disadvantaged communities, and perhaps there's others, but I had that one in mind, that there would be other opportunities for other organizations to perhaps get involved, or are those who are going to receive stipends for the participation, is that already decided?
It is not decided. We can certainly invite Community Water Center. The participants who have shown interest are Youth Alliance out of San Benito County, NAACP Santa Cruz, Let's Green California, and my agency, Regeneración.
Great. I know we got to get a mix of representation from the three counties. I'm glad City of Santa Cruz applied for this grant. I do support it because I think there hasn't been enough engagement of some of these organizations representing communities of color, low-income communities. When it comes, I know we're devising two of our climate action plans that Cora is helping us navigate through in the next several months. It would be good. I know in the past when they've done community meetings, there's been only a few residents who care about the topic, but not many of these other organizations. So I think this is a way that we could amplify some of these voices and some of these efforts that we're going to be engaging in, especially in our climate action plans, which I think there's two different ones that are in the process. And I know I'm certainly interested in serving, especially since our county is 70% communities of color. But my colleague who had to leave said she's interested, and I would defer if Wendy is interested in serving, I would support at this time. But just so for the record, there was other supervisors, especially Latino supervisors, who are interested. But in light of my colleague being interested in serving, I would support her nomination.
Through the chair, I would like to nominate Supervisor Alejo for this position. And I have spoken to our colleague, and I believe that she would be supportive of nominating you for this position.
I'll second that, too.
I'll do substitute motion to nominate Wendy. Who'd ask you?
Unfortunately, you're short a supervisor to second that. I do want to point out, looking at the schedule, that the board meeting they have listed for June 25th or July 9th are Tuesdays that we have a board meeting scheduled. So that is, whoever we're going to select is going to be a problem. So
I call for the question.
I think we need to go to the public first, though. So is there anybody in the public that would like to comment on this? I see nobody in chambers, nobody online. So Supervisor Alejo, you're okay with this?
It's a commitment of 3 meetings. I'm willing to participate in those, but I would have to let the folks who are leading, organizing the meetings, that it might be hard for me to participate if it's on a Board of Supervisors meeting day. Otherwise, it's an hour and a half meeting. It's a small commitment for 33 meetings. In light of these voices that I want to make sure are included, I'm willing to step up. But hopefully, the team could maybe adjust those a bit so that I can participate with them.
I'm hoping they can too. Does the Santa Cruz Board of Supervisors meet on?
They meet every other week on Tuesdays as well.
So I'm sure they're having a representative on this, I would hope.
I don't know. I do not know.
But that could be a conflict with them too. But it's at the end after the 3 meetings, so I think there's plenty of time to try to change that around.
Right.
I would hope, because any of us would have that problem.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I'm ready to, you want to put this to a vote in? Okay, all those in favor of Supervisor Alejo being the representative?
Aye.
I'll do it for the 10.
Opposed? Okay. We got a unanimous 3.0. 3-0. So
Perfect. Thank you so much, supervisors. And I just wanted to clarify as well that there is opportunity for other jurisdictions who would like to come as observers within the Tri-County area. And there is also room for other organizations to participate.
thank you. Do you know if the Santa Cruz Board of Supervisors are included in this too?
Yes, they will be. So we'll make sure that we have that scheduling worked out by then.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Thank you. We'll then move on to other board matters, which Supervisor, she should be able to hear. Here she comes. We have a good microphone system through here. We'll go to the County Administrative Officer for her comments.
Just a few comments to acknowledge the work of all of our disaster service workers over the weekend. Essentially began up late last week and into the weekend and still continues through this week. I want to thank all the departments for working with us to ensure that we were properly staffed in the community resource centers that are open today and have been open since yesterday to allow people to charge their devices and also power up some of their equipment that they need in their homes. Our hope is that we will have this resolved by the end of the week, if not sooner. I want to just acknowledge Pacific. PG&E is out there and doing quite a bit of work with us, and really a reminder for everybody that's on the road and our residents to be mindful. It's still very wet out there, and as trees, if there's trees are an issue, to please reach out. There's an opportunity for folks to have that debris removed and do it in a way that our Department of Housing and Community Development is agreeable. In addition, going forward, starting on the 27th, during my comments, I'm going to take the opportunity to acknowledge department accomplishments through the months, and really just to highlight some of the work that's being done across the county. Some of that work just remains unsaid, but so much activity occurs that we want to just make sure that we're acknowledging people real time. So I'll be doing that going forward.
Thank you. We have one new referral. This is...
I could announce that.
You want to speak on that? Supervisor Lopez has put this forth, but he's not here today.
Yes, he provided, his office submitted a referral. It's referral 202401, and it was submitted on January 26th. And this referral is to determine the possibility of the county developing a grant program to support local nonprofits to provide for and expand upon available pet and animal education with direction from the county's animal services. So that has been assigned to the Department of Health.
Thank you. We'll move on to board comments. Supervisor Adams, you're way out there and kind of on your own today. Do you want to start?
Thank you very much. You can hear me over there. Thanks so much. Our district has been absolutely inundated with storm damage again this year. But I just really need to compliment the outstanding work that the Monterey County Regional Fire District, the California Conservation Corps, the National Guard, the Public Works Facilities and Parks, HCD, Kelsey Scanlon and the Department of Emergency Management, Monterey County Sheriff, Kate Daniels from Senator Laird's office, PG&E, and the many local residents has just been amazing. The collaboration that we've seen has been wonderful, and I love it that Sonia has been sort of behind the curtain, turning the wheels and making everything all come together. It was really a wonderful experience to see people working together in the face of really what could have been much worse disasters. Carmel Valley hit especially hard as it was. And the only thing I do not know is that I haven't heard much from anyone about anything down the coast other than Highway 1 is closed in different segments. But I've not heard whether or not the work that had been going on down at Paul Slide has held. So I've been so concerned about what's been happening in my own neck of the woods. Pebble Beach was completely devastated. The numbers of trees that have been down at my own home, 3 trees came down right next to my house. It was really something. But I know that we'll find out soon if we're doing okay down the coast a bit. I've spoke to friends down there, and it's been horrendous. But I've not heard anything about the work that I know we've all been doing. Aside from the storm-related things, we had such a very interesting experience at Pebble Beach as well with the PGA tournament this year. It ended up ending in a much different way than had been anticipated. I think people were looking at this as sort of a transition year to the new way, and I'm so very hopeful that the weather, though it did not cooperate, good old Crosby weather would still encourage the continuation of our relationship in that regard. It's very helpful for our county. The Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Council meeting is this Friday, February 9th at 10 o'clock in Big Sur Lodge. And we'll always I'm sure we'll be getting additional information from folks about how they've been managing through the storms. I'm going to be attending the Rotary Club of Monterey Centennial Celebration this coming Saturday at the Naval Postgraduate School. And I guess I'll just close with, what everybody seems to be saying. If they're not saying, how's the weather? It's go Niners. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Two announcements I want to make. Chispa celebrated their 44th annual celebration, and it was really special because we were honoring and celebrating the opening of the Alfred Diaz Infante apartments at East Garrison. And the keynote speaker was a just incredible young woman whose family was one of the first to move into the apartments. She's attending Stanford on a full-ride scholarship, and the story that she shared about what that housing means to her farm worker parents is really absolutely incredible. Moved everyone in the audience to tears. So we're so excited to welcome the new residents of Alfred Diaz Infante Apartments to District 4. I want to give a big happy birthday to Ruthie Watts, a seaside icon who's celebrating her 90th birthday this month. The community hosted a surprise birthday for her this weekend. Incredible leadership, and her story is also one that's just incredibly moving. Upcoming events that we have happening in District 4, tomorrow evening at 5:30 on Facebook and Zoom, we'll be having a roundtable discussion, our Wednesdays with Wendy, featuring listening to Black voices. We have Lyndon Tarver with the NAACP, Dr. Vanessa Lopez Littleton also representing the NAACP, Rosalind Green with Monterey County Black Caucus, and Lavisha Franklin representing Queens Council. We'll have some, I think, great conversation. Everyone's welcome to log on on and join in. And then as I mentioned earlier, we'll be having a town hall to talk about the Seaside Community Services Center to include the proposal to move the Seaside Library, expand our social services capacity at that site, and add a family justice center to the Broadway parcel that the county owns. That meeting will be on February 29th at 6 p.m. In person at the Oldemeyer Center in Seaside. We really are looking for community feedback about the initial schematic designs that have been prepared. But with that, I will also say thank you to all of our disaster service workers and peripheral regional partners for keeping us safe and continuing to respond to the weather system that passed through this week. Thank you.
Supervisor Leahy.
Thank you very much. I think all supervisors, we want to acknowledge those first responders, people who probably weren't set to work but stepped up to put in some extra hours. Our Sheriff's Department, Public Works, Randy Ishii, extraordinary dedicated public servant, our Department of Emergency Services, our management, our communications team, and many others. I want to just say thank you for stepping up. Salinas wasn't hit hard, but I know North County, South County, along the peninsula were hard hit, and even our supervisor here out of power still, which I know is a great inconvenience to you and to a lot of our residents. So I'm hoping power is restored as soon as possible. I also wanted to acknowledge Rick Aldenshire is retiring. I won't be there on Friday because we're going to NACO, but I know he has his retirement event this Friday at the River Inn in Big Sur. So props to him. Thank you, Rick, for your many years of service and involved in a lot of different efforts in hospitality in our county. And I want to also say many of us are going to NACO this weekend until early next week. I know I'm co-sponsoring a resolution with Sonoma County Supervisor James Gore and CSAC to push for the extension of the Affordable Connectivity Program that provides a $30 subsidy per month for low-income families so they can afford having access to the internet. Those funds are set to expire, I think, in April unless Congress does its job and extends that program. And I'm also a vice chair for the Technology and Telecommunications Policy Committee for NACO, and also a co-chair for our Immigration Task Force as well, that's making recommendations on immigration policy. And lastly, go Niners as well. Let's win the Super Bowl, bring home a 6th trophy. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to just express my appreciation for all the first responders, as all the other supervisors have too. I mean, keep us safe, keep the roads open, and help people in every way they can. And it's it's always good that we can really count on all this great help when we have some crises in front of us. Also want to point out a couple of things going on in my district. On February 11th, there's going to be Habitat and Native Planting Days at the Morro Coho Nature Trails, and on February 17th at North County High School. Both are hosted by the California Conservation Corps Watershed Project in conjunction with Central Coast Wetlands Group and other organizations. And we'll touch upon just briefly on, there's a lot of Super Bowl fundraisers, gatherings going on in North County. Prudendale Lions Club's having a barbecue. The Romas Boy Scouts tri-tip dinner to go. Super Bowl event at the Prudendale American Legion. And I, in closing, feel also the 49ers should win this one pretty easy because they have a pretty good quarterback. County Council, do you want to follow that with a readout?
First of all, I agree. They have a very good quarterback and no reportable actions from closed session.
Okay. Yes. Okay, I'm going to adjourn this meeting as it's disintegrating here. We'll come back on February 27th.
Mr. Chair, could I just...
I'm sorry, acknowledgement on...
Thank you. Yes, I just...
I'm sorry, we're just a second.
Sorry.
Supervisor Adams.
Yeah, I do not have anything formal at this point to present, but I did just want to close this meeting in memory of a wonderful person throughout our entire county who was very active in public works for many, many, many years, Bill Reichmuth, who passed away this past week. He was a wonderful icon, worked as the manager of public works for the city of Monterey for decades, did work here with us at the county, and was also a very familiar face out at the track at Laguna Seca. He'd been active as a driver and also with Scramp for a long, long time. It's just a super, super nice guy. Had a very long and lovely life, and I know that there were many people who trained under him that are within our own team. So here's to Bill Reichmuth. Thanks.
Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned.